This seems to be not broken for once. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good Tuesday. It was Tuesday, and it is Wednesday officially. And we have some good news and some very bad news, but we have some news, which is pretty good. It's a pretty good start. It's a pretty good start to have some news. It changes from usual. So we have that. That's something. That is something. Some of the things that we have are really impressive. Some of the things that we need to talk about are not from the usual channels in which we are getting some information, so that's pretty good. I have some news on the cursors thing. I have some stuff for Phil specifically that he has seen already, and we're gonna go there in about a second. I'm gonna make sure that we have that loaded and ready. But yeah, I hope your week is going great so far. Feels hi, we'll go on time, exactly on time. Holy shit, that delay. Sorry. There are still some things on your stuff that I'm like, I don't I made mistakes. That's on me. That's on me. I know. I know. But it will be fixed at some point. But at least we have. I'm gonna go straight there. I'm gonna go straight there. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So in here we now have. Sorry, we now have officially a true neutral black. That sounds crazy. But we have a true neutral black when it comes to the background. It works really well in both like light mode and dark mode, or at least on my end it did. I don't know for you, but at least on my end it did. Um, and we have some issues when it switched themes, but most people are not like switching between light and dark mode all the time. That's just a me thing, so we don't really care. Um, but it's working pretty well. The every single things, every single surface, every single element that we have is taking the hue exactly how it's supposed to take it. And then on top of that, there is our gradients background animation that is there and added, which is pretty good. I have decided to move the input field a bit up, just a smidge. And then specifically I mean, not specifically in the DMs, but like in the DMs, it's a bit more visible. This panel is the only thing in the entire app that is using background blur. So it's just like, it's just there. However, my mistake. My mistake. I forgot that the input was a bit transparent. So it's the panel underneath is visible through. That's my mistake. That's on me. So I need to fix that. I need to fix that, and I also need to make sure that if you are like dropping an image in there, it it doesn't like substack, because right now it basically is substacking. You can see that right there. Um, but you know, it's fine. Chris, welcome on it. But it's the same issue. This one is also substacking here. So they both of these needs to basically reach the bottom of the previous child. That sounds weird. But yeah, that's uh that's the system. It's working. It's working. So I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing that I want to fix now is this section. The fact that my blur transition or fading transition that we have in everything is I don't think it's good. Um, I don't think that's as good as it needs to be right here, because right there we don't need it because there is no scroll happening. In here it does make sense. So yeah. Um, Each message has a bubble. I don't know. I wanted to have a very clear definition and separation between the Discord style navigation and the DMs so that you know, like, okay, I'm not in a server. Like I'm on a DM things, which is more like a group chat, which would behave more like an iMessage slash WhatsApp slash other app that you're using. Um, that was the reasoning. Still is, by the way. Um, but yeah, so that's the main change that happens. It it works in dark mode and light mode. The neutral is neutral. The good thing is that none of the header and sidebars have a color, so that's good. And the placement is good. Our alignment is good. So far, I'm pretty happy with it. However, I would love to check that. Do you see the same thing that I'm seeing, or is this something that is me? Um, I feel like it's the opposite for me. Light modes look much better than dark mode. Dark modes look wrong to me. That looks better. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think you can see that on the stream, which is pretty interesting. So in the green hue and mainly on dark mode, uh, the the background effect is giving me some scan line that you can't really see on stream. I think this is just my computer being hot. I'm gonna need to buy a new computer again. Oh my god. I don't want to do that. That's gonna cost me too much. It's just yeah, you can kind of see them when I'm like right there zooming in, but yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated. But yeah, that's it's a bit of a weird thing. And I don't know if it's just like because of the blur, because of the effect, because of the color scheme, because of something else. I don't know. Do I care? Not really. I think this is more of a display panel issue rather than anything else. So for now, that's the thing. But yeah, other than that, um, you know, it's fine. Other than that, everything is fine. Same thing here. I feel like the fade doesn't need to exist. It just need to exist if there is a scroll. Like if scroll is existent, then fade. Otherwise, no show. But for some reason, that didn't go through. So you know, we're there. Anyways, other than that, everything is the same. Everything behaved the same way. The settings are still working. Settings are still the same, which is pretty good. We still need to change this because that settings switch things is not visible whatsoever. Not visible whatsoever. So that's a change. And then I kind of like what you've done with these. I feel like that's fun. That's a potential, specifically when you're on someone else's server and you just click on someone. Like that's pretty nice. The fact that you can send a DMs and so on, like this is good. The the thing that I don't know yet is we don't have any representation for muted, and I think we don't have any representation for blocked either. So if I right click here and I mute, nothing changed. So I don't know if we need to do the exact same thing that we have here, as in muting the server is just adding the the muted icon on top of the server tab, or if we need to do something else um, to just mention the fact that this is muted. But for now, I don't know. That is my current situation. I have no clue. God damn, this thing is too sensitive. Um, and then I haven't tried to block someone because I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's instant. I don't know if I can unblock the person after. So for the sake of testing, I wanted to make sure that we can test that when you're here, and you can tell me how I can do things if necessary. But yeah, other than that, I just changed the channel menu, like the drop down menu, contextual menu, to be the same as the rest. And I think we're good. Good. Then I'm not gonna try it. I am not going to try it. But yeah, that menu is now the proper menu with the proper padding and things. Not exactly the best representation, but it's good enough. It is good enough. This is wild. So, I think this is a hierarchy of information type of situation where I'm like, we need to change things in order to get the content to look less red, because this is wild. We have view profile, which is the same thing as clicking on the profile itself. We have remove friend, block, kick, ban, and report users. All 5 of these things are destructive actions. And I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that is a good idea. But we never know. Technically, it's working. The thing that I don't like about it is just like, maybe we can remove friend as not destructive things, but destructive things. Maybe orange could be an option. Report is not something that is destructive much, so it could stay white. It could be higher. Like I don't know. And then the invite to server might be a complex situation, because if you have 16 servers, do you give me the full list? Have a good grocery run. I'll ponder while you are grocery shopping. So that's the current debate. I don't think this whole thing is a good system specifically for that menu in question. There might be other things that we can do in that menu directly instead. And when we are here, we also have what the fuck do you mean safety number? It is too long. Yeah, that's not what she said. But yeah, submenu could be an option. Layout overall needs to kind of be something. So we'll see. We'll figure it out. Go grocery shopping, and then we'll have a chat about it. These things are good. The group information is pretty cool. The group settings is pretty cool as well. It's just absolutely broken in light mode. So I need to fix that. But the reason for today's title of the stream is this. So it resetted on the 19th. And if if you have keen eyes, you'd realize that the 19th is basically yesterday. In 7 days, I sent 27 message, and basically here yesterday at the end of the day, um, I was at 19.66 bucks of usage, and then I had to fix something else, and now I'm past this thing by about $5, $6 ish, seven exactly. Um, I don't understand. I don't understand how this is going so fast. And based on what we said last time, the fact that the cost of AI is now more expensive than if you just hire someone to do the job, I can feel it. I can see the things. I can see the things. It is so sad. It's not bad though. I don't mind it. But as always, this is happening. But the 20 message that I sent from here to here, just 20 is crazy. Gave me the ability to fix something on Can and implement the theme on Phil's project, which is pretty good. Um, and we'll see if there is something else that can be added. But as far as I know, even though I kind of clickbaited the title of the stream, I didn't have to pay the additional 27 bucks that I had in inference last month, meaning them kind of still running free. I'm gonna be cautious, and I'm gonna try to not go past like $100 per month or something. But I'm gonna let myself do a lot more than expected. Like last time, I would have stopped working on anything at this point, but mm-mm. So we'll see, we'll see. But that's a pretty good-ish news. The biggest news on this one, which I should change the theme again because it makes no sense, is this. I finally, after 2 years of having this app, I finally implemented proper furigana on the readings. So, what does it mean, and what is it if you don't know? Furigana is the characters that goes on top of the kanjis, and in the past, I had the exact same sentence just written underneath with spaces so that you understand like when things are stopping and coming back and so on. And that was a bit of a pain in the ass. But now it's kind of working. I spent the past 2 days on making sure that we had something that works. It still has some issues here and there, and I'm doing my best to figure out why this thing is happening. But it's still better than we had before. And so now, if you're someone that just like can't read the kanjis themselves, and I know they are very tiny, and if Cat was here, we know this doesn't pass any accessibility test. That's kind of the point. We end up with something that is absolutely readable. So if you don't know how these kanji right here are supposed to be read together, then you read the top and you know that this is kyo, and then kyo wa hirumae ni, it's weird. Hirumae ni ichido, ichi ni kaerimasu. Yeah, ichido. Ichido is at once. Eh, it's a weird thing. But yeah, this is very useful, at least for my reading ability. It makes the app a bit more tight when it comes to the UI itself. There are some things that just like don't necessarily work, but it's pretty good. And then when you are in the dictionary, I had to do something specific for when you have like the reading or no reading. So of change when it comes to the stacking and the spacing of things. It is okay, it works, it does the job, but we sometimes have some issues, like right here, for example, the psi and the C are really, really close together. That makes sense. Like if you have characters that just read long, then you end up with that. But that's a good base. That's a good base. I did that yesterday and this morning, and we have everything that works. It is tiny, and I tried to make everything a bit bigger. I feel like I could bump the font size a smidge, because sometimes you have like example sentences that look like this, and then they break, they go to the next line, and that's fine. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make these things a bit bigger just for readability's sake, because right now this is like the font size is, I think, 7.8 roughly, which is really tiny. It's a percentage of the main font, so that's like, yeah, we're multiplying by 0.55, so it's like 7 point ish, I think. It's just it's just too small. It's just too small. And yeah, there is a bit of issues with like visual alignment because of the amount of space and white space that we get at the top. Um, and we can't really shift things. So I don't know. But that's the best news. That is the best news. This is now in. It's working. It does the job. It's readable. It's not a page that you're supposed to spend like too much time in. So the fact that it's just like it's there is pretty good. But yeah, I like that. I like that. And then I will then need to go into Perfume and do some changes because we still have some issues with the rendering of these cards that I'm still not really happy with. Again, like I said last time, I feel like there is a need for a lot of creativity to be used that was not used in the past when I created this thing. So that's gonna need to change. But other than that, right now we don't have a lot more to showcase. It's just like, okay, fine, we have the things, but yeah, like specifically, I need to tweak these things. That thing is broken. That is broken. Uh, the main issue that we have here is that it's supposed to spread more, and it's also supposed to take your entire collection. But I think right now, because I did that through a usage base alignment, it only takes the past 3 months or the past 6 months of wearing perfumes, and not your entire collection as a mix. So if you, let's say you love the perfume 6 months ago or 10 months ago, and it was like in minerals, and you loved it, and it was very much shifting your graph and your DNA toward that thing, and then you finished the bottle and you didn't buy a new one, then because you are not wearing it, it's going to fade in your current scent DNA. So it makes sense, but it's also not necessarily true, because it just means that right now I'm more on a sweet and musky related perfumes, and not necessarily like a real life things. Like I would probably be more in the drinks and woody in general, with a lot of fruity things. But because in the past few months I've been getting like different sample sets, that I'm getting these that are more sweet than others. So I need to fix that. I need to fix that. I need to fix this as well. A lot of things to fix. A lot of fix to things. So we'll see. We'll see. But that is the current situation. That is the current news on these things, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. You know, I'm not gonna complain. It's pretty fine. And then we have other things. Right this instant, I don't think I have them in here. I may have them in the stack that I need to review. But some things for Stony specifically, I sent him a DM already about it. But the Plex app, which is the direct competition from No Mercy, is or has changed its pricing for the lifetime deal, which went from $200 to $730. So now, for the lifetime plan that they have, instead of paying $200 like last month, you are now supposed to pay twice to three times as much for something that is self-hosted on your machine, with your own content. And the only thing that they provide is like the shell that used to be roughly free. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. So right now, this is the best opportunity for Stony to just advertise as much as possible the fact that No Mercy is better and self-hostable and so on, because it's not ready yet. This is not gonna happen. This one was for Grizz and Denny specifically, but like Grizz, because you're here, that could be an option for you. Jakob has been doing a lot of things with animations, and this one is an interesting presentation. It's an old one. We've seen it before. We've talked about it before. But it is a nice presentation of how something that is one part of an app that is redundant across the entirety of the product can just navigate through every subpages fluidly, without breaking. So that's a cool concept. I do think that some alignments makes a lot more sense than others, aka that thing right here is the most common promotion thing. And this is not something that we see often. That is a weird thing, and then that is just intercom slash other chats on websites. So, you know, it's interesting. The entire thing is pretty good. There are articles about it of presenting how the animations are done, and yeah, we like that. I feel like the inspiration for you specifically, Grizz, in terms of the website, is a potential. You know, I feel like it's similar. It's the same type of minimalistic things that we are seeing. The main difference is that they have illustrations, icons, things for the type of content that they are presenting that you do not have. Then you have some projects and things which are interesting as well, but not necessarily the type of shit you want that you decide. But it's cool nonetheless. It is cool nonetheless. There is a ton of things in there that are good as presentations and easy to understand when it comes to their website. So this one was pretty cool. This one made me laugh a bit because of the design of it. You know, this is very similar. Specifically, the loops is very similar to the one that I've been building, The logo itself is an interesting thing. It looks like a bee or a fly, but also something else. Um, Not in a good way. And just the OVO looks like someone is frowning and not really happy, which is kind of sad, which is what not really happy means. And I don't know. But the fact that they are using this and the fact that we are using this means kind of that the vibe right now for most people is in the loops. So if the loops is currently uh, in the flow, then maybe that's good. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But other than that, we good. This one was fun, but not as fun as it needs to be. Goddamn, you are slow. You telling me that I need to hard refresh that page? I guess. I guess that's what I need to do. Goddamn, this is slow. This is slower than expected. Um, you're doing some CSS that makes a lot of sense. These icons were pretty interesting. These are the new icons um, from Google for most of their new like Gemini related stuff, and they are once again. I don't know if I'm saying that every time, but I feel like I am. I am exactly in alignment with some companies. The fact that I'm going back to 2 pixel wide icons for the current project, rounded tips, and like heavier, bolder things, and Google is doing the same thing, means that I am aligned with the designers at Google, which is not necessarily a good thing because they are mostly late, but interesting nonetheless. This one was an amazing tool. I'm going to talk about it in a second. This is the truest of truth when it comes to designers online. I feel like we should all be like the devs, but for some reason, and I don't know what it is, to be honest, a lot of designers are just like, you can't reuse something that something else has done, but you can 100% use a template which has been done by someone else and used by many peoples because it's paid. But if it's not paid, anyways, it's a weird thing. That's just a transition. This one was great for the presentation. That's just nothing. This one was a nice shape ability for the presentation. That font's branding was good. This was shit. This one is an amazing thing. I just need to keep that. This one just fun, but just fun for the sake of fun. The logo presentation there were good. We have nothing on this, nothing on that. These are good, but that's it. um, this is nothing that is good. I don't know why it's shifting me around. I don't know why it's trying to do that. Anyways, so this thing is the thing that I have like loaded right there. This is crazy. I don't know how they decided to build this entire thing. This is called Little Bite, if I remember correctly, and it's a habit tracking type of thing. And they have created one of the most interesting, interactive views that I have seen in a long time. So these things and these presentation, these videos, if I can find them, are so interesting. They look really good. They present these things as stickers. They have like other things. Going back to what we talked about with Dapshi last time, this is the type of content that people will share on their socials that will probably show your app and your project in a light that people will not or haven't seen before. This is really cool when you're looking at the way that these things are working, um, with the different types of selection for the thing that has been hidden on that day. It's uh, it's impressive. There is a ton of things in there that just don't make sense, but most of the animations are crazy, and I'm kind of impressed with this thing. It's really it's really well made. They've done a really good job. Chinese and Asian in general app creators in the past few months have been really, really impressive. And yeah, I really don't know how 90% of these animations are done. I know how they are done in terms of like technically, but I don't know how they are done in reality. Like I know that this thing, for example, to achieve that effect, you need to lift subject. That's the first thing, and then from the lifted subject, you need to use that as a mask, and then from that you have the metal shader um, wave or ripple, as we call it, in the background of the image itself. But that's just like so much happening in one place that I don't even know if it's a good thing. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It looks really good. We like it. If you want to try the app, you could go there. You could go there and see if it works for you. You know, that's a long ass list. Link. Goddamn. Goddamn. And this is not. I can't even post it on YouTube chat because it is too long. Goddamn. But there are things in there that I'm seeing that are like this presentation of the timeline is something that a lot of people have been doing in the past few months. Same thing here. That timeline is pretty cool. It is an AI calorie tracker, which I don't trust by default. This makes absolutely no sense. You don't know and you can't know how much calorie there actually is in a picture of a plate. This is the thing that I'm like saying every time and will say every time. If I have a plate like this, which looks like a salad, is there rice underneath? Is is there something else? Do I have like a steak? Do I have I don't know, like is that half an avocado? Is that like a bit of avocado? Is it like 100 grams of avocado? I don't know. Is there oil? Is there butter? What is in the sauce? You don't fucking know. So, like that's the thing. Anyways, Lone Traveler, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So I don't like this for the app concept as a whole. I love this for the app animations. Also, I realize that I'm VPNing to Japan, which is the reason why this is Japan VPN, which will not work. Yeah. Um, Let me just. Oh, I doubt that this will work. That is better. That is better. That is a shareable link. This is something that I need to do, by the way. So having your having your App Store pictures be localized, that's the word that I was looking for, in English and Chinese and Japanese and so on, so that people from said region would see the thing in the language that they want to have, is a good thing. The only reason why I'm not doing it is because I don't have the language inside of the app. Like I need the app itself to be running in a very specific language in order to be able to display the app store screenshots in a specific language. So, for example, for Can, I could do that for French, Italian, German, Spanish, and Portuguese. But because the app runs in these language. But for perfume, I mean, the app is only in English, so it doesn't make any sense. Um, it's the first 30 minutes break. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, I think it's a translation from Chinese, like direct translation from Chinese in English from someone that doesn't necessarily speak English. Um, but I think it's just a way to say that it is easy to stay hydrated, uh, but be intentional. You know, like that might be the translation. Um, like for example, one tap log anytime. I feel like it would have been better for one tap log anything, uh, because it's like log at any time potentially. But yeah, um, nonetheless, the app is really looking good. They've done an amazing job with everything. God damn that hurted. um, so yeah, we like that. No, stop that. Sorry, something's happening. I need to check. Um, I don't think the ID is very cool. I think the visuals is very cool. It's the same thing as Capword. Stony, hi, we're going in. If you know Capwords or Capwords, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. That goes wild. Um, like this is another Chinese app that is doing something very similar, and they are very much inspired. I don't know if it's the same designer. I have no clue, but um, it's uh, it's an amazing creation. It looks really good. It's a very simple to understand system. It's a way for you to learn words based on what is in your environment. Um, and I love this app, but it's paid and it's too expensive for what it is. But they won some Apple Design Awards, so you know, we like it. Stony, you need to do some marketing. Also, I don't know why the fuck you were awake at 7. Like, that's where I get up. I mean, that's where I came back from the gym. So he came in and then went back. He had to go grocery shopping. So shit happens. Nonetheless, that app is really cool. And they used to have like a very different design. I think that was the same thing. Or maybe this was the previous app, and I don't know exactly what it is. But yeah, it's another like habit tracking system, um, with the stars from like Chinese Japanese system that we fold. Same ID, same thing, same thing. But yeah, it's cool. It is cool. We like it. we like it. So yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing that I have said many times, and I'm gonna repeat myself on this one again, because I don't care. It makes sense. I think it was not there. I think it was Lex that said that as two S's. Um, I was watching him a long time ago, and then he started to do the exact same videos every time. Like the fact that you have the same exact title for three videos at the top, and shit have changed. In the past, he got divorced, and then shit happens. Kind of turned weird. Nonetheless, he said something in the realm of um, track your calorie once for like a month, understand like portion size and how things are supposed to be. Like roughly, you know that 100 grams of rice is X amount of calories, roughly, and so on. And then once you have that for the first months, you don't need to do it again because usually 100 grams of rice next month is going to be the same amount of calories. You don't need to weigh it again and check the calories again and so on. So I did that, and I'm doing that roughly once a year to just make sure that my baseline is true. But most of the time, I'm like, well, I ate this, and that. I'm probably at like 800 slash 900,000 ish. So let's count it as 950 because it makes more sense to go up, even if it's wrong. And then when I check, I'm usually off by like 50 to 100 tops in the right direction. So that's a thing that I would recommend for your friend that is having a bit of a hard time with calorie tracking. Um, it's mostly, mostly, it's do it rigorously for months, and then you're good. And then there is no need for anything else. Like it's just fine. Everything's gonna come to you naturally because it's just like it's good. But I get it. And there is so many options, to be honest. There is so many things that are like AI calorie tracking that are pretty good. Um, Obviously, this one, the one from before, is probably going to be cheaper than the one that I'm about to showcase. Um, but yeah, Alma is the one that we have showcased before. I have it on my phone. It's a bit of an AI tracking without being an AI first tracking in a way. So it's a system when you type what you have eaten. So you say that you have eaten a burrito with like double chicken and some guacamole inside, and you just type that, and then it calculates what it is and how much there is um, calories inside, which is pretty interesting and a bit better than taking pictures. But yeah, Dapshi, hi, welcome on in. So there is this one, and then there is the other one, which obviously I don't know the name, which is from Alexei, that is also an AI tracking, but I don't know. Yeah, it's Nutri AI, which is also like the same system, um, but it's a bit more. Yeah, yeah, I'm not paid. I wish I was. I wish I was. God damn. Mm. Um, but it is like Expensive. Holy fuck. Um, so yeah, there is so many. I'm not gonna lie. There is so many apps that are like AI tracking that might help and might make your friend's life easier if just like the psychological thing of tracking calories is a thing. Um, they could, I'm gonna say something weird. They could create uh an Anki deck of flashcard or a deck of flashcard in any apps, but Anki being free is an option that they just look at with portion sizes that just help you, you know the thing. So you're like, 100 grams of rice is X amount of calories, and that's the goal. You have 100 grams of rice, and then underneath you will have like the answer being the amount of calories. And you need to remember that. That's an option that they could do to just not necessarily be psychologically stuck on I can't do things. But yeah, congrats on the streaks. Actually, welcome back. What? What? Um, we talked about that last time, Dapshi, with you, and I don't think either you have answered or I read the answer. My bad. You've made an update. I've received an update, but I don't know what is in the update. So, yeah, not good. Not good. Ah, fuck me. The fact that I'm dead right now and I haven't taken my medicine yet, goddamn, I'm gonna die. And like this stream is gonna be small. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Use Google Sheet and they roll their eyes so hard they can see the back of their head. I see. I hate Google Sheets, so I would too. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like you should. I feel like you should use something that is like, uh, maybe this could help you or your friend or someone else. Um, but Lifesome, even though you're gonna see the most aggressive trying to make me pay for something in about a second if it loads. Apparently, it won't load. Is this something where I need to have like a different system? Let me just un-VPN from Japan just in case for a split second. Also, where are you based, lone traveler? Because that recommendation might go away if you're not where I think you are. Why is this thing taking so long? Ah, ah. So you start with this, which I have accepted already. I've been using the app since like 2014, I think, 2015 maybe. So, this thing is this thing is so much better than any other app because it uses your it uses barcodes. So if you have things that are coming into packs, you can just scan the barcode and then add it to your meal. So if I say, I don't think I would have any of that, but if I say that I have um, one of these things, like a red peanut curry chicken, uh, and I have that, I can just scan the barcode, which will not work right now, and then I it's just gonna get in because it has the portion, it understand the portion calories based on what is in the box of 400 grams and so on. And it's just like, it makes sense. It's easy. It's fun. I forgot that. Uh, so we like it. It's good. So Lifesum is pretty good. They just have the most aggressive um, upgrade system. Like right now, we missed it because I think we had to relog the thing. But in the regular term, or before that, before like this thing, I had to do, you open the app, it shows you a sheet with uh, like buy now, basically. Then you say no, it closed down, it shows you another sheet. Are you sure? And then you close it down, and then you do nothing, and then you open one of the feature and open the sheet again of, you're sure you don't want to like just upgrade because it would be easier? Oh, fuck me. So that's yeah. Other than that, they're good. I like it. It's fun. It's a good app. It's a good app. Let me click on that link though. The text was not necessarily accessible. Yes, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. And Stony said, what? Well, yeah. The thing is, it's not GitHub faults. Thoughtbot, hi on YouTube. Welcome on in. What the fuck are you doing on YouTube? I hope you're good. Yeah, I don't know. It, my philosophy on these things are still good, and they will always work and they will always be safe because I don't care about my own data. I go in the with the premise of every sensitive data that I already have is already out there. Um, so there's that, and then what can I do to just like limit the access or the impact that these data can have on my life rather than anything else. So, yeah. But I mean, I get it. The shield thing that you're building is basically to combat this, which makes sense, but yeah. Yeah, but that's like going back to what I just said. Like, this is basically the system that I have in my head. If you work with the premise of all of the things that are secret, all of my sensitive data is already available in the wild, as in my passwords are available somewhere for sure. My email is on every stream that I have. My credit card information has been used somewhere, and is part of the data leak or something. What can I do in order to like limit the damage in terms of what they can do with that data. And so for the secrets and the thing, it might just be creating a rolling secret situation where you are regenerating them every week or something else. I don't know. Um, yeah. No, I know I see the scope. I'm just like, what can I do to prevent the impact? That's basically the thing. Instead of saying how can I secure my data because I can't, how can I prevent the leaked data to impact anything? So you can you can just change your signing keys on your applications every month, every week, as a precaution measure. Um, I mean, based on that thing, it seems to be something that is like GitHub's internal repos, not GitHub's users repos. Um, based on that, but you know, I also kind of see like the impact of other npm package and so on that we have had in the past few days. So yeah, yeah. I don't think I don't think 4,000 repos is the entirety of the users. I think these are just GitHub's internals. Um, but yeah, you know. But I get it. Like again, I understand that the security things right now, specifically now, and making sure that everything is like secure and inaccessible and safe and so on is less easy than it used to be. So making it like safer, making things more secure is necessary, but it's also like less easy than it used to be. And the safest thing that you can do is to be off grid and offline if you don't want to have any like real impact with like data related content, which is kind of bad. Um, like off society type of situation. And I don't think that's the goal. I don't think that's the goal. So there's that. To me, at least, there is that. But yeah, this is such a weird thing. Other than that, I get it. I get it. I missed the thing earlier. And also, what Debshi said is pretty true. If you get like ChatGPT in V2, you may have access to a Google Sheet imports, which is good enough for what you're trying to achieve. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is the thing that I needed to talk about, which is in my interesting tools sections. If you're someone that is working with fonts and you have no idea how to pair your fonts, Fantastic is a fantastic tool. It's a way for you to check the mostly Google fonts. You don't have like all the fonts in the world, but you can have some very interesting things and just say, maybe I'm trying to check like source uh, as a base thing based in source serif as an alternative. And then this is going to give me a score of compatibility in pairing, how they work together, what is pretty good with the difference in metrics, the alignments for things, like do we have the same X height, the same baseline positioning, and so on. This is really cool. This is really useful, specifically when you're trying to achieve a website that just look like unified and good. And it's a nice system. It's a nice system. It does its job pretty well. Just to, showcase the things. And then you have just the exact code that you need to copy paste to your own repo. So for anyone that doesn't really have like an understanding of fonts, this is pretty good. What is the web design contest? I wanna know. I wanna know what that is. I wanna hear about it. But yeah, this thing is pretty cool. Fantastic is a very, very good and useful tool if you wanted to just check your fonts together. So maybe you're like, oh yeah, I need to have like, I don't know, outfit as a main header fonts and so on. And then I want to have something like Lado as an alternative things. Welcome back. And it will tell me that, oh yeah, this is interesting, but it's also like not very good in terms of the differentiation in between the two. You don't have enough contrast in between your headings and main um, your main reading things. So I guess if I go with serif on this, it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah. This is pretty bad. That's even worse. God damn. Contest on a local freelance site by client who like free-ish work and doing it for practice. Cool. Please. Once you're done with it, show me. I want to see. I want to see. Oh my god. What would work with Lado? I guess, I mean, Furnace is one of them, but also like instrument is going to be the reference that we have, and that's one of the reason. That's one of the reason as well. That this is not going to work. God damn. You need coffee? Well, I don't know what I need, but I'm going to take my meds early. 20 minutes early is not enough to switch anything, but goddamn. I had a spike earlier today, which makes no sense. I mean, it does make sense because of what happens, but goddamn. Nonetheless, good tool. I kept it for that reason. It's really good. It makes sense. Everything works. We like what they have. In the additional things, we are supposed to look for the brands icons. I'm supposed to extract for the client as much icons that we have on this thing. So I'm gonna use the brand section with the line, and regular is gonna be good. I don't know why it just doesn't want to keep up. And we need to extract most of the social media apps that could work for us in that client's project. So we are going to do that. and I don't know exactly what, which um, things are going to be good. But yeah, this is a question that I have for the devs. Do you see that this icon, I mean, all icons, but like this one is the one that I kind of want to pick. If I scroll down, it's getting moved. There is something in the either at the top of the stack or at the bottom, I don't really know, that is shifting content in a way that is weird. Can someone explain to me why that's the case? That would be highly appreciated because it's very much annoying to have all of that like just shift through and then you don't know if you've seen everything or if you haven't seen everything. Um, and I would love to be able to say, oh yeah, I can do that. I can shift this. What's the difference in between these two? Um, so yeah, if you can help, I would love to know. I would love to know. Drop is not necessarily the thing that I want to have. If you look closely when I'm scrolling, the icons are going to shift horizontally. Like this one, for example, is just moving to one point based on position of the scroll view. And I don't know why that's the case. So I'm asking if you know. That's what's happening. um, Fiverr is not going to be the thing. Flickrs is probably not going to be the thing, but I'm going to keep that just in case. Faulty lazy load or virtual scroll. Is there something that I can potentially do in the inspector to disable it? Or, I mean, technically I need the visualizer to load the content, so this is not like a thing that I can technically do. Also, that looks very close to my own logo. Yeah, well, sad. It's fine though. I guess Google Podcast. They need to fix it. Yeah, they fixed it in the plugin for Figma, but they haven't in in others. Gumroad is not going to be a thing. Not for that. HipChat potentially. IMO, Instagrams. Vision's not a thing. I will take a look at that in about a second. Line, why not? Linux, probably not. Loom, probably not. Mapbox, probably not. Medium, maybe. Let's use Meta Messenger things. Is that a mistaken translation? Did you tell him, like tell Claude how intuitive the thing is? Or did you ask how intuitive is the thing? My mind could be a pretty good option for this thing. You asked, okay, cool. Nintendo Connect might be a good option. I have doubts on Notion. I will keep OnlyFan for sure. Packet Circle doesn't need us. Patreon might be a thing. Periscope doesn't exist, but I'm still gonna keep it. Pinterest is also something that we need to have. Procreate is a good option as a thing. Procreate doesn't really have a community, so I'm not gonna do that. Quora is a good ID. What's the difference between these two? It's the same thing. I doubt Sentry would be in there as a social media platform type of situation, so I'm not gonna keep that. I don't know what that is, but that is interesting. Slack, like this, probably. SoundCloud, probably. Spark is not a thing that we use anymore. Stack Overflow would not make sense. Stripe would not make sense. Spotify would make sense potentially on this thing. Stumble is a thing that I used to have, but we don't have. Swarm is a thing that is probably something that we want to have integrated because it makes sense. Threads, we do have it already, which is good. I'm gonna wait for you to come back. Tidal thing, yes. Tinder, probably not. I doubt it. Telltale, no. Twitch, yes. Tumblr, we have it. Twitter, we have it. I doubt for Ubbo. Ubbo is not necessarily a thing that we want to have. Upwork, why not? Vimeo, why not? Vercel, no. That is not a social media platform. I'm looking for images for social media. I don't know what Wattpad is, but I've heard of it, so, you know. Good to keep. WhatsApp, yes. Wise, no. WordPress, no. Xbox Connect, maybe. I doubt it. Xiaomi logo, why not? Yahoo is gonna be weird. Yelp is gonna be weird, but why not? Zapier is not necessary. YouTube is gonna be there. And then Zoom doesn't exist, Zendesk doesn't exist. I think that's everything. We want the stroke to be at 2. And no color specific. Let's copy the SVGs on this and then drop that in the UI kit right about here. And then that is going to take white. We are going to create multiple components out of this so that we have them. And I'm just going to section that and call that section socials. Does it make sense? Larkham, hi, welcome on in. Hydrate, indeed. Yes, we know about JSAP. The great news about JSAP, the thing that we have disclosed when it happened, was the fact that JSAP got acquired by Webflow, and then JSAP used to be a paid-ish system, and then Webflow said, you know what? This is so good and so useful for everyone. Let us make it free. And now JSAP is free. So we like that. We like that a lot. And now we're gonna fix things. So these elements are generating some very wild build system, and it's really bad. And it shouldn't be the case, but it is the case. So, you know, gonna do what we can to remove the filled. images and things are these the same? Oh my god. So the reason why I'm doing this and I'm trying to remove the fill options within um is because in the outputs when you're trying to get that, it sometimes override the fill and use it as if it was filled, which is never the case. That is such a broken thing. I'm gonna need to work on that. So that's the thing. Um, we tried to use JSAP for the animation. It worked ish in the sense that it's fine. It does the job, but it's also like a lot more complex than what I'm obviously used to, and therefore I kind of skipped it because too much complexity for what it's providing, at least for the goal that we had. So that is one of the reason. But JSAP is great. It's just like it provides so much more than the base that I'm like, yeah, maybe we don't need it. Maybe we don't need the entire thing. This makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. I'm gonna need to clear the thing in about a second because now it's starting to be too much. These out. This is out. That's good. Do we have any? Yes. This is good. Inner was too small. These two as well. This one isn't, which is interesting. It was supposed to, but it's not. This is good. Do we still have the inner? Yes. God damn, we do have this one. No one think about that. um, these two. Also, yes, the icons are not necessarily placed properly when it comes to the grid placements and shit. So, not the biggest fan of all that, but it's fine. Periscope is going to be the central piece. That's interesting. I need to figure that one out. This one is wild. This one is wild. Not in a bad way, but yeah. I feel like one of them, because there were two, one of them is probably gonna be like the one that I already have, and I need to pick the other one. Instead. Yeah. Okay, cool. So these two can go away. So anyone, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Let me clear that out real quick so that we have the things. We are good with that. Do we have anything missing? No. And then the bottom section, let me just go back in. I knew that was still gonna be in there. That's crazy. I just cleared these. Why are they not cleared? What just happened? Some of them are clear, but not all of them. That's crazy. That crazy. I'm doing okay. Not good, not bad. That's where we are. It's just, it's okay. It's fine. Things are working. Um, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good set. I also kind of don't want to move these there, but I also feel like it would make so much more sense if I did. So let me just move that. Just move that. You know. I guess Tumblr is gonna be there for the sake of right here, and then here, there, there, and then clear it up, simplify, same here, clear it up, simplify that. uh, I had 16. This is for a client, so they need like social media platforms and other things that they will have in the future. So I need to provide them with some of these. I feel like the easiest stuff there is probably going to be to make these icons at 1.5 instead of 2, just for the sake of readability of the icons themselves, so that we ensure that we have like, you know, a bit of a spacing in between the letters, even though in pixelated view this is not gonna matter in any way, but just for the sake of having that is probably gonna be an option. So I'm gonna put that here and bring that there to have, and then that means that these are gonna go away because we don't need them anymore. Damn. Damn. Align them right away. That's crazy. Yeah, this is VK. Not a lot of people use and know VK, so I do like to have them as well. I mean, not a lot. Russians. Russian knows. Russian know VK, which makes sense. And then we have another one that it's gonna be our sparkles. Sparkle is gonna be a lot, but not in any of that. Yeah, no, we need that on all icons with style is light, type doesn't change, and we need sparkle. No, I don't want to request that. God damn. Sorry, my bad. Just need some sparkles because the thing is going to be shiny officially. Officially shiny. Gonna use star for that. That's true. What do we use? I think Type regular is going to be the thing that we want to have. And then it's going to be a lot. So we have that we know we need. That is basically the same as this. I'm going to use that as well. We mentioned that this was potentially an option. They said potentially something else. This shift is pissing me off already. I'm going to use these two. That's a potential loading right there as well. I like that as a non-star star. We can use that. Maybe. Debatable. This is very Gemini shaped. So I'm going to use that. It's for the AI feature inside of the app. So obviously we're going to use the sparkles as much as possible. And I'm just going to sparkle max on this one, just so that they have as much options as they can. Because that's what they wanted. That's the reason. It makes sense. It makes sense for us. God damn, that shift is pissing me off so much. These ones are cute as fuck. I love these. But why do we have potatoes in star? Is it starch that came through? I guess that's the case. I guess it's starch that just came through. This one is interesting. This one's classical. Still, they do have 320 options for that, so that's a wild thing. I wish we had one of these, but that's not the case. The calendar would be okay, but that's 32. Let's keep all of that, bring that into my file, drop that here, and then categorize stars as the name, white for the content, everything in there selected. We are too good. Do I have filled out options? No, everything is just no fill. Good. Good. And then actually, I'm gonna take a look at your stuff. Did you send me the thing on DMs, or did you just send it in Discord, like main channel? I'm guessing DMs. Yep. It's an HTML file. I'll see. God damn. God damn. Wow. Weird construction for this. Weird construction for this. Oh, I forgot to do that. That's true. That is true. That's my bad. Well, that's gonna be bad. I'm gonna potentially click on that. I doubt, but we never know. God. What a pain in the ass. I'm sure, like, yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure that there is something on this teeny tiny edge. It just was not picking it up earlier. God damn. No, we are using the iconly icons as a base for this client, and I mean not as a base, but like as a library. But it's easier for me to just navigate the things, find the one that matches our goals, and then just send them the thing directly, just because it's just easier to do so. So yeah, I'm using what I paid for, basically. So I don't know if that would make sense. I'm still gonna do that. This is good. This is that. This is supposed to be multiple components. And then I guess the only issue that I may have in here is that there are some icons that have the same name, which is not necessarily good. So we'll see. We will see. Um, this is very in the time. Stony, this is Iconly. Iconly is not my icons, so they are built like shit. I can say that I paid for it. They really are. I I I can't explain how shitty they are, other than everything is split, meaning that this thing, god damn it, is supposed to be like in one single vector, but no. So the work that I have to do every time is combination vectoring on all of the icons to make sure that we have like one single path that can be exported and so on. And it's just based on how they just built some of these things. It's crazy. And it's always a matter of like you get in, you select everything, you cut it out, you go in the next thing, you drop them in. It re-adds that fill thing. Sometimes it adds it in the second one as well. And it's like look at that. Look at that build situation. That makes no fucking sense. um yeah, probably not. Probably not. Specifically, what I'm doing right now is such a non-necessary system as well. Like it's something that I could just avoid doing if I wanted to, because it will still work and it will still be fine. But just for the sake of providing like a better output for the client, that this is an option. But then again, right here, for example, even if I'm in a single SVG thing, this is still absolutely wrong. Like this is not linked whatsoever. And then that curve right here would have been way easier if it had been a sharp connection with a corner radius of like 0.2 or some shit. But no, the people that build these icon sets are just like so bad. Anyways, before I go deep dive into these things, because I'm gonna have to at some point. What did you send me? Hmm. This is not. This is not gonna be good. I'm gonna say that now. God damn. It created like the entire page. That's what it did. Holy shit. Um, Thoughtful for fitness app, which is false. Recovery awareness AI as a coach, careful error state, but the information architecture asks the user to learn one non-obvious ID. The AI is the control panel or the control plane, but the workout system and the home screen tries to do too much at once. Maybe. Um, Plan lives in chat. That's true. The home is not overloaded. I disagree. Today in plan tabs overlap. Kinda not, but kinda yes. Uh, as in, today is a portion of the plan. So there is an overlap for sure, but it's not necessarily a bad overlap. But I understand the point of view on this one. Compare tabs, I don't know what that is. The photo editor is a power features that's nearly invisible. That is true. That is true. You have it in the home screen, but it's not like, you know what you need to do? You need to have take a picture of your workout at the end of the workout. Like once you're done, like take a picture. I think you do have that, but it needs to be like a bit more prominent than what it is potentially. Discoverability at 5.5 is fine. Learnability at 6.5, I would disagree. I would put that lower. In terms of understanding, efficiency is good, error recovery is good, information density is good. Um, Not before workout. You wouldn't take a picture of what you're about to do on Strava. Like you take the picture, either you take the picture during the workout or the run and then you apply it as a background, or usually you use it as a background of the picture and it's taken at the end exactly so that you can have like the full course. So yeah. This is such a weird thing to present. Yeah, yeah. No. No, at the end of the workout, that's it. Like when they say finish or when the workout is done, then you say like take a shot for the gram, like one of these shit. This is good, and I do agree with that. Um, I don't know. I don't know enough. I would need to read the code. Um, mm, I kind of agree with that. Um, mm, I agree here. I was about to say that on step two already, as this is a lot, and also I realized that you might not be able to read shit on stream, so I'm gonna zoom in a bit. Um, yeah, nah. So obviously, I kind of disagree with the statement because this is like based on the code and it it goes through as if there was no hiccups, there was nothing else happening. Um, so in reality, in reality, what would happen is user gets sent the link to the app, or find the app on the stores, whichever. Download the screen, like download the app, does all of that at home, and then define the plan, and then check this out. And then the next day, or at the end of the day, or when they do the workout, they arrive here. But the link in between these two of the 3:30 to 3:35 is probably not true.
Canamatius just resubscribed for 43 months. AAOAHI.
Kane, thanks a lot for the reset for 43 months. That's a long time. Welcome on in, welcome back. Gutty. That's a lot. So yeah. And yeah, I won't leave 43 months. More than that. So that's one of my gripes with this. It feels like based on the fact that it's going through the code, it's reasoning as if, but it's not exactly true. But that's good so far. That's new for me. So that's good. Sorry. Progress photo is kind of below the fold indeed. And the notification dots. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's in, yeah, I thought about that. But this is pretty good. What do you mean you have a hype train? Who did that? Who did it? Who did it? Don't do that. That's fine. The coach is okay. This is a lot of space, but I get that. Disclaimer bar is permanent after the first read. It's just noise. That's true, but I don't know if that's true. In the code, today's workout makes sense. Yeah. I'm gonna say that now because it makes sense. For something that is regenerating on top of your code base, it's pretty impressive already. Like as an output, generating these things, even though kind of bad, but still okay, is pretty impressive. And you could take some inspiration from some of the things that they have created right there, just for the sake of stuff, you know, just like that, for example. Like that might be the screen layout that you need to have entirely, like exactly that. I don't know. Let me zoom out. So that we have both of these side by side. Photo editor obviously is not there. Yeah, I don't know if it would work, but yeah. Reviewing code review, yeah. So most of the things I kind of agree with. There is a ton of things that I'm like, you haven't tested the app for real. You just tested the code, which is fine. But yeah, Plan creation and editing inside the workout tab. I kind of agree with that. Like it makes sense to have them together. Prioritize home around the next action. Yes, which is technically your next plan or next workout, but also it's already the case, if I remember correctly, unless you change stuff. Today and plan into one tab, I disagree, but I kind of understand in the sense that you would have your plan, and then if you are on the third day of your plan, then you have like this one that is highlighted, and you have the previous one above. So that's fine. It's an option. I feel like this could work. Rename matrix into progress. Um, I don't know. I don't know. But I kind of see the progress thing. Um, as a name to be a bit better than metrics, because metrics makes no sense to most people. Um, like the one of the feedback that I had on Perfume was that in the user profile, I had a thing that was called perfume data, or your perfume data, or your collection data. I think it was your collection data, and a lot of the users were saying, oh, collection data looks like or feels like an Excel sheet. Like I'm not in a perfume collection thing. I'm at work because I'm using data. And so metrics is basically the same thing, whereas progress kind of works. So I'm leaning toward progress, but I might not exactly be uh, like the thing that you want to have. Maybe it's something that is more like goals that takes the body metrics, but that's a debatable point to be checked. I don't know. Congrats on not getting the hype train working. I appreciate it. Profile setup import to the end behind a tab. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. Point five, I'm unsure. Labels under every header icons, I think that's not necessary. Surface the editor, yes, but that's already the case. And then rename credits to messages on the paywalls. Yes. Yes. So credits, same thing, same ID. If you tell the users that they have X amount of credits, um, then they know it's a bit of a paid system. It's a pay to win situation. When you say messages or free messages or whatever, it's going to be something that is like, okay, I get it. It's a thing that I need to pay for, but it's like messages based. It's not credit based. The main reason for this is that, technically speaking, if you go with credits, um, you have later the ability to say the same thing that Cursor has said on the realm of a message costs 1 credit, and then uh, a message now costs 10, and in the future a message will cost 100 for sure. So what you want to do is to not do that. You want to make sure that the user can have access to a certain amount of messages, or that it like a full message is uh, is counted as an action, not credits. Credits base is going to be really bad for retention and the users in the long run. But yeah, um, because again, like in the same thing, if you have like if you miscalculate, if you say that you have you're 70 kilos. I was saying the user should have a predictable uh, amount of things available to them. So if you tell them that this thing is like you give them, I don't know, 1,000 credits from where they start, and then they start using the app, and a message costs 100 credits for some reason. They get used to that, and then at some point they figured that a message is now costing 500 credits, and that's gonna cut short their communication with the chat and so on. So that's going to be pretty bad for them and for the perceived benefits of the app itself. So I would not recommend it. I would rather you say, oh, you have 10 messages on the paid plan or 50 messages on the paid plan. Um, that makes sense because that way the user may have like a bit of a better environment. But yeah, um, yeah, credits is weird. Maybe it's just the word credits that you need to change to something that is a bit different, like usage or something else. But credit is weird. I need to pee 1 second. Maybe GBD points is an option, but I don't think that would work either. uh, I think the main issue is just the usage based slash credit system. I understand that you want to potentially just bring in um, something. One of the things that you could say or do or have is uh, an approximate value. So in your not there, but in your thing, and then I need to go back there. But you may say um like roughly 10 messages, and that's in your plan perks or plan benefits that you have within the App Store Connect things. That way, if in about, I don't know, 2 months, you use a cheaper model, you get 15 messages. And maybe if you get a more expensive model, you can just change the amount, like roughly 5 messages, which seems like this is a scam. But, you know, approximate is probably going to be a thing. If we go back to cursor in my usage specifically, it doesn't give me anything. It just gives me like a dollar value. And because I know exactly how much everything is gonna cost, like or how much everything is costing me, then I'm seeing this. But other than that, like that's 27 messages with uh $20, technically 27. It is roughly $1 per message. That's not the case, but it's like these ones are one together. One each. But yeah, we don't have like a very specific thing that is displayed in there that says that's the amount and so on. So I don't know. I don't know. Other than that, the thing that I wasn't necessarily sure about is the profile setup import at the end. I understand the overwhelmed users, um, like eh, like if it's your first gym app, which is fine, it happens, then obviously you don't have anything. But if it's not, you are making like if it's my um fifth gym app and I have like a CSV and I know exactly like my sizes, my metrics and shit, you're making me fill the entire thing before I can import the data, which seems like a very much waste of time. So it's good to have it at step zero and saying, do you have an external thing or start from scratch? And if you say start from scratch, you go through the entire thing. If you say you have an external, yeah, then you can just download and upload the file in question. Then we export it. You can still go through the things. But yeah, other than that, it's fine. Views wise, I feel like this one is pretty okay. Design wise, I mean. This one is great. It looks very much like the native Apple thing, and you should use the native Apple thing if you can, but I know you can't because you're using like Flutter or React Native or whatever. And then that thing is fine. I still have some issues with it. Um, but yeah, no, overall fine. Overall fine. I think your damn. I have the picture that's right here, which means that it's visible. So that's good. You don't need to put it above the folder or under the folder, whatever. It's in there. Um, we have all of that. You still have like so many issues with the scroll and the the things. So it's kind of wild. Um, oh, I didn't know about that last time. I don't know if that is new, but that's good. That's good. It's old. Goddamn. I didn't see it last time. Which is interesting, by the way, because the the injury here should have been I tweaked my back right there because I did that last time. So it should have added this in chain from the chain to here. Um, yeah, apparently it didn't. And there is no history. So yeah. Anyways. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, the point one is such a weird thing. Um, do you have the comma? Can I say like 22.5? Yeah, okay, cool. Technically. uh, yeah. Visceral fat with no value next to it is kind of weird. Not a bad thing, but kind of weird. I would expect something at least in there to, if the rest is in kilograms, then I would have the same thing here. Um, the thing that I wanted to say is that your incremental point at point one might not be as good as you think it is, because weight related, I'm probably gonna like log my weights in maybe 0.25 increments, like the 250 grams difference. But even then, like, for me, I would only log my weight as a kilogram of difference. Like if I go to 69 or if I go to 71, I would log that. Before that, anything else is not probably not gonna happen. Uh, so these the buttons themselves, I would make that an incremental that is greater than this, like just greater than point 0.1, and then provide the ability to just get in and say, okay, I'm 70.2, and I'm there. And then if I click on the plus, it's going to 0.5 because it's like the next up. That's what I would do here. Body fat, same thing, but maybe a bit more granular, as in a 0.5 or 0.25 instead, because it needs to be more granular. The muscle mass is going to be the same thing, like a 0.5 as well. The bone mass is not changing. I mean, not changing. It is changing, but not that much. So it will fluctuate here and there. Water retention, visceral fat, and protein, which is kind of weird, but fine, is things that we don't necessarily have access to and potentially don't know. And the reason why I'm saying this is because point one is like I lose more than point one by taking a shit. And yeah, like these values don't matter. So that's the thing. Uh, just store everything in. Keep it in. Keep it in. Yeah, no. So that's the thing. Um, Other than that, the other thing that feels kind of wrong here is that if I click on this, even though it's not set, it should open this right away. Like it shouldn't have. if it's at zero, or even if it's not at zero, if I tap on something, it needs to be opening. That makes more sense. But yeah. Uh, Other than that, that was bad. I get it, but that was bad. So you basically loaded the plan post load. So basically, I needed to get into workout page to be able to check the database and the server to say, oh yeah, that user has that plan. So yeah, that's more interesting. You changed the design a bit, just a smidge. Um, mm, that was bad. Same thing. Um, Same thing. The delay in between the history and the display. No, I know, but still, do it. it's it's not that complicated to just have it load all the data that is necessary for the user when the home screen is showing up. Like that's the thing. Also, again, uh, personal request from last time, same thing. My split is roughly 6 to 7 days a week with workout, cardio, workout, cardio, workout, cardio, and so on. So the cardio days, like today, for example, is a very, very simple thing where I just get onto a bike, get onto a treadmills, do something for like 15 to 20 minutes, and then be done with it. Um, and workout is a specific set of exercises that changes depending on what is available in the gym at the time that I'm there. For same thing, like it's gonna be 2 to 3 exercises with 3 set each or 4 set each, usually, targeting like a very specific muscle group. So if I'm like doing arms on that day, I'm probably gonna do some curls, some shoulders, um, and potentially pecs, but that's about it. And then on the next day, I'm probably gonna go do legs because it's, opposite push pull, so on. Um, and therefore it's gonna be like extension, flexion, and potentially some weighted squats, but not necessarily. Uh, and that's about it. Like it's a very, very simple and different system that I have, which is again, from what I said last time or the first time, which is one of the reasons why these types of apps, I'm not the target audience for this. Not in a bad way, but not in a good way either. Like it's just like, yeah, this is not necessarily for me because it just didn't fit my personal activity types. But that means that I want to be able to change my plan and manually tweak things here and there. Just say, okay, cool. So my session A was this, and my session B was this. So, yeah, yeah, you dang. Yeah, but that's like suggesting. The thing that I have explained before is my again, this is me, so don't worry about it. Like users will be fine with this most of the time. It's just like one of the reasons why I'm probably not going to use that. My workout decision making is not, oh, the app is telling me to do that. No, it's just today I'm supposed to do shoulders. There's someone on the shoulder machine. Okay, today I'm doing legs. I don't give a shit. Like that's what happens. The amount of time where the the peg deck is around here and the leg machine is around there, and I'm like, I want to go there because that's the day, and it's like oh, there's someone here, so I'm going there because there's no one there, and I'm doing the thing there. Like that's usually what happens in with a rigid version of the plan and the workout and the thing that I'm supposed to do. Um, that's just that's just the thing because I'm not gonna use the app again for references, uh, reference purposes. When I used to have workouts and planned workouts, it was just you don't really have a choice. You have that, you define like your volumes and things, and let's say you're beginners and it's gonna give you some different values or different version of the things, and and that's it. But I'm not doing that like anymore. This is not the thing that I'm doing. I'm not stuck to whatever. I'm just like whatever I want to do on that day. And yeah. Yeah. Machine is busy. Give me an alternative as an option. That would work based on the fact that the you have a hard paywall. So, you you can't use the app if you don't have the subscription. That means that I have somehow an unlimited amount of messages, kinda. And so it could work, but if I'm scarce on messages within the app, um, I'd probably wouldn't send a message to change like a thing. I would just say, oh yeah, that machine is busy. Let me do something else because I know the workouts and the exercise that I can do. And then I would log it as if I was doing this thing instead. That's that's about it. Like I would lie on the app saying that I've done the sets as I need to do them, even though I was doing leg press instead of curls. Like that the type of shit that would happen. So yeah, no, I know you added 3 free messages, but yeah, um, what's the difference? What's the change that you have? Back squat. Back squat. I think I'm at 50 right now. Yeah, I'm kind of not good at this. Mmm. Mmm. uh, interesting. I can close it to see what's coming next. That's pretty good. Um, this is kind of bad. Like it feels wrong. It feels as if it was like a premium features, and I don't think you should have that here. I think the compared to last time should be if I have a last time. So if I've done that and it's good, and I have the things, and we're good, and let's say I'm a 6 for the efforts and whatever, um, then that could work. I want to check this though, because that's going to be important. Is it automated? It's not. That's sad. Um, so then I'm going to do that. I'm going to do my stuff. It's going to be the barbell squat again. It's going to be a 50. And because I'm going to be, improving, um, and do 55 for 6 instead of 8. And that's going to be harder. And then I'm probably going to do like 60 for 4. And be at like roughly max. Probably not doing the last one or trying to do 5 and struggling. And then here, I'm probably gonna do something like a lighter weight, like a 45 for 6 to go through. That would be still challenging, but not that challenging. Yeah, no, I get it, but that's good. um, that is good. Congrats on that. You did good. Um, I see. So when you say the next time you come in, it's the next time that I have to do session B or barbell back squat in a day, not on the same, not on the same day, right? Um, barbell back squat, yeah, but like in the next workout, basically. So yeah, um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, legs. Yes, legs. Can I go back on session B and then start the session again? And if I say 8 reps, 6 reps, RP 6 today, and I say I've done 8 at 50, then I have this. Okay, cool. So I wouldn't have this in Blood in the previous version. I do understand that it's for curiosity and it could work. But it looked like a paid feature more than anything. I thought it was like going to ask me to pay for something, which is not good. So, yeah. Well, technically, the entire app will be paid. So, yeah. Like the app is paid. You have a hard paywall, right? They can log for free. They can log for free. Chat is paid, yes. But then is review paid as well? Is that what you're saying? The cross things is gonna be paid as well. If that's the case, then it's fine. It worked. It did what it was supposed to do. um, mm, that's important. Um, you need to let me edit the session post exercise. So, why am I saying this? If for some fucking reason, you know, it happens, I'm doing some deadlifts and I'm at like 120 and I'm deadlifting hard, and then I drop the weight and my phone is underneath the weight for some fucking reason, I'm not gonna be able to log and do things after that. If for some reason my phone didn't charge last night and I go to the gym and I didn't pay attention and I'm like at 5% battery, I'm gonna do my best to retain the phone to be like in a working condition, but I need the music, and at some point it's gonna die. So I should be able to come back in and say, okay, cool. So I've done the Romanian deadlift. I remember that I've done that, and that. That should be in there, at least from my point of view, in order to make it better. And then I should also be able to say, um, delete that session. Like that session didn't count specifically in the beginning, because if I have done this as a test, then now it gives me things that are not true to my profile and so on. So that's alternative things that I think should be an option. What? This is fine. This is fine. Red diamond layout is pretty good. The fact that you can collapse it and it just takes the bottom section is pretty good. The the bar at the top might be a bit too skinny. You might want it to be a bit bigger. Like right now, you're probably at like 4 points, 2 points, 4 points, and you just add like 2 points or 4 points to it, and it should be a bit better to make it more visible. I think, and I'm not sure about that because I haven't asked the guy in my gym that is using it, but um I think it's one of the Nike apps that he's using for his workouts, and basically the the panel, it might not be. Um I don't think it did, but if it did, I don't know. Um the panels and the thing that is in the view is like during the exercise, the entirety of the entirety. Did I say? God damn it. Oh yeah, right there. It does, but I also do sports shoes and so on. Not as pre previously such. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It maybe it's work athletic for that guy. It would make sense. um, it basically shows you something that looks like this, not exactly this, but basically shows you something that looks like this, which is a big ass screen with one big ass color, which is green to yellowish, like tennis ball color, with the amount of time that you need to do the exercise for. And then when it goes into the rest period, it just switched to red with another timer. And that seems to be a bit of a better um, system, I think. Is it Worklytics? It's not. Um, it's Freeletics that I had in my head. Um, Freeletics was another similar apps, but it's not exactly the one that they are using. Um, Nonetheless, same system, same ID, same concept. Maybe that would be a bit better for you in terms of ensuring that you have the entirety of the workout plans on, goddamn, on the view and working. The thing that I was about to say is with the same system that they have of going from currently working on something, this is a timer for the current activity, to going into the rest period when you say next, for example, and then going from the rest period to the next activity, all of that is automated. So what they have in that app specifically is that they don't touch the phone. The phone is there as a timer, and you need to do that exercise for a minute and 30 seconds or for 30 seconds in a row or something. Like maybe you need to do a plank for 30 seconds and then you can rest for 30 seconds and then you go back into a plank and so on. So you don't touch your phone. And that might be a thing that you need to do in order to get like the system to feel more interactive or like energized during the workout, because right now the fact that I need to wait for the rest to end and then press the button to start is a bit of a weird thing. But I think this is because you have so many other things that are not like workout related. Again, going back to the yoga, the Pilates, walking, hiking, other thing that you have in there that could probably happen is that I do understand it might not um, be useful. I don't know if that makes sense. Um, but I think the right now what you are in is the and what if um, section of the developments, which is basically telling you, and what if I could add mini games? And now that this is working, what if I add educational content? And what if I do this? And it's not a bad move, but it's just like you will add stuff that is not necessary. Make sure that the thing is truly working as you want it to be working, and then maybe later add some educational content, add some mini games. But I doubt that would make sense. But I get it. I get it. It's okay. You know, it's fine. It is fun. How can I get that to not? Yeah, that makes no sense. Sorry. Odsy, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been like months. How's everything? How's your day going? Um, that's not my. I'm still white. I don't need that Debsy. That's the situation. I can't do what a guy's asking. Um, I appreciate the looks. Appreciate the looks. I'm okay. I have a bit of a heart issue, which is bad, but it's fine. I'm just gonna die. It's okay. You too. Um, but yeah, no, it's fine. And I uh I have a client right now that is requesting, not requesting, but having some sort of a need for different icons, and I didn't give them right away, so now I'm looking at that to put them into into the system. But yeah, other than that, everything is fine. Other than that, everything is fine. And the thing that I'm doing right this instant is, oh my God, I'm gonna kill some people again. Is the icon pack that I used as a base for this thing is uh is weirdly built. And they have like icons that are not single layer vectors, and therefore I need to merge them together. And I could do that in a different way, but it's just like it's easier if I do it this way, kinda. Um, it's just like it's so bad. It's so bad. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it does make sense when you think about it, but technically speaking, if you build icon for devs, this makes no sense. Not whatsoever. Interesting. So yeah, that happens. How's everything though? How's the rest? I mean, what happened? How's the rest? That makes no sense. Yeah. Last time you were here was what is it? You were in chat. Um, we had a chat about rounded corners. Apparently, that's interesting. Um, it's been it's been a while. It was 2025. God damn. God damn. I am too, so don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. I am absolutely too. Still, why is this not behaving as it's supposed to? Oh my God. Yeah. Cosmos is good. It's a nice alternative to Pinterest to an extent. It does have some issues here and there because of the layout of the pages and how they are like supposed to be working together. But on its own, Cosmos is pretty good. It does have a nice algorithm in terms of recommendations, so that's a cool thing. But yeah, it's not like my daily driver. I have tried. There's something about it that just doesn't fit with me, and I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. So no choice, no choice. But I like it. The other one is Arena. You probably have seen that as well. Um, I'm gonna say yeah, right there. Um, Arena is a bit of a similar things, but now that they for fuck's sake, now that they are paid, forget about it. Forget about it. It's fine. It's okay. It's not good. It's paid. We don't like that. We don't like the paid stuff. I mean, we do, but we don't like the paid stuff. Um, these being split is such a weird thing. I feel like I should probably merge them to get this to work. Like that point is supposed to be in here, and that point is supposed to be merged together. Like these two are supposed to be there. But yeah. I would disagree, but you know. ChatGPT is Dapshi's project, and so yeah, I don't blame you for not getting there. I get it. I get it. Oh my God. These dots being part of the selection as well. Yeah, because you're staying inside. You're not moving as much, aren't you? That's not what I was supposed to do. You you saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. You don't you're not aware. Nothing happened, nothing crashed. Everything is fine. Everyone's good. Have a good work sessions. Uh, I may have to do some teeny tiny tweaks. Fills on the light mode, dark mode switch. So if I have sometimes I will do that. But yeah, have fun at work. We'll see you in the next one. Maybe. Probably. I guess. uh, this one is so cute. So that's so nice, but also it doesn't work. So I think what I'm currently doing is wrong. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. I should probably ping this in first, which is kind of weird of a move to basically have it inside of this element and then plug it properly so that the points are linked together. Not that it was exactly in the same spot, but at least it is like properly linked to this. And then I can take that and bring it into here so that we have like a proper alignment for everything. That seems like a better option compared to what we had a second ago. Just a small detail. Just a small detail. Don't worry about it. Same thing on this one, like the fact that these three are supposed to be like together, it's going to be easier for me to just bridge these first by having them like placed properly and bridge them than doing that the other way around. So just doing this is fine. I can remove that, and then I can get my content that is here inside of this. So have a good luck. Excellent for stopping by. Appreciate it. Like I said, these are done. You think that this looks like grandma? We need the thing. The request was I need a single star shiny sparkle thing and a multi-stars as well for some animations and things. And we're probably gonna use that for the AI features. And then here, I need a split sheet. That's what's gonna piss me off because this is gonna take ages again. Ugh. Also, I thought I fixed these issues already. Like that's the oh, why is this so badly built? Like, this makes no sense. No sense. But you know, we don't have a choice. So that's an interesting system. I'm not gonna lie, this is an interesting thing. It's interesting that Figma is doing that by default automatically without me having to, that's the wrong thing, having me to do the thing. So that's interesting enough. But, you know, like why? Why are these two not already like linked together? They need to be linked together. Like that's their goal. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like in some situations, we have things that are linked together. In other situations, we have things that are not linked together. Like, why? Why is it not linked? It just makes no sense. Hmm. So this thing is interesting. If I press delete, it's going to go into the next thing that is the same, which is a fill that is selected, and I can press delete again. This is new. Figma didn't used to do that, so that's good from my point of view. To just go faster, but I mean, it's not necessarily the entire thing. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. I'm tempted into linking these two together, but that's not gonna work. Oh my god. And the other issue that we have is that flatten wouldn't work. Like we couldn't be flattening things in one go just because it's not gonna do the flattening together properly, even though it shouldn't. It should, but it doesn't. Like this one is sort of okay. Why? Why? Why that's the case? Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. For my client. My client has the need for some icons that I didn't have. Officially, the deadline was the 16th. They do not. And basically, we had the call today about like the handoff situation of me giving them access to everything. And then we just run through everything that they need. Why is this there? And for sure, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. 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 Sorry. And therefore they have everything that they need to have, which is just me being a good freelancer, basically. That's what it is. Just providing the services that they are paying me for. And I'm doing that properly. Yeah, Space will come on in. How are you? How's the day going? I think I found another Japanese girl hiking today, which was kind of fun because of the content in question. Yeah, so basically the girl that I gave you last stream is right here. She did a hike of Mont Fuji, I think, Fujisan. And I think this girl was with her, kinda, but she speaks a lot. Whereas this one is more calm. And it's kind of fun because this one was um together like with friends, but then for some reason the second girl didn't really add them within. So I don't know, like this vlog specifically kind of hiking thing, she is showcasing her friends that is like that are hiking with her and so on, and going as a group. And the friend apparently also has a YouTube channel, but it looks like she was alone. So I don't know if it was like the same day or if it's just look different anyways. So yeah, that's another one potential things, but I don't know. She's speaking a lot though. She's more like a vlog thing, which is less calm, chill. So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe it doesn't fit you and what you're trying to achieve with the calm, chill content. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Debatable. And right now we are doing the most tiring things just for that. Yeah, that's the thing that I kind of understand. Like if you are easily distracted and someone's speaking, even if it's another language, you're like, huh? What? What'd you say? What happened? So yeah, I get it. It's just it's fine. Why is this one not filled then? Why did I have Figma though? That doesn't seem like a common practice type of situation, even from me. Um, I don't think that would have happened in the past. Oh yeah, that's the reason. But yeah, other than that, we good. We good. The new chat thing from Twitch is such a pain in the ass again. Can I do? No, I can't do that. Basically, Twitch has added some sort of a have a good call. Some sort of an above chat situation activities things. You probably have the same thing, or it's showing me the goals of the channels, um, the biggest gifter, like channel sub gifter, and so on. And it's just distracting for me as someone that is just streaming. When the chat is moving, I'm looking at it. So I'm looking at things that don't do shit. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So that's pretty good. Let me just make sure regular behavior that everything in there is named properly and that everything is there is always a single layer and not a double. These ones are done, so Twitter needs to change. That's it. Cool. So only Twitter needs a fix, which means that this and this can be fixed in. Cool. And now we name everything
Bye,
vector so that
bad.
everything is fine. That is true initiative. Welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? That these two are gonna go the fuck out. Drop in. And yeah. Have a good scrum as well. Day is fine. I need food and more money. That's the plan. Um, I also noticed something earlier that like this is supposed to be a bit different. So this is supposed to be a component right there. And then that right here. Here, 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 here. These are supposed to be these ones. Instead, I will take a look at the review things. And that is linked properly. If they need to figure it out, that's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to figure out, but it's going to be fine. That's the link that I needed or knew that I needed to change. I feel like these two, same thing. Let's run that on top. You whispered it to me. What a crazy thing to say. What a crazy thing to say. And these are unlinked, so yeah. Mom is supposed to get an update, yes. But that's not it. This is the current client project called Mima, which is a social-ish platform. I worked on creating the logo for them. I had a bit of fun with the app icon and shit. And then had a lot of fun with the stamps. Not that it's part of their branding, but just I had an idea and I decided to do it anyways. So that's what happened. Um, and it's fine. There's something about it that I like. There's something about this potential uh, app version that I kind of like, but it's not exactly how the app is currently looking. So that's kind of sad. And I'm working on the icons to like to work for them. And I needed like a lot of new icons that I didn't have in the set in the beginning. So everything in there is now a new set of icons that I needed to have access to. So that's in here, and I don't think there is something else that I need. My brain is telling me that I'm missing something, and also I don't know what it is. So I feel like that's good enough. I feel like that's good enough. I'm probably gonna export these potentially. That is a big ass emote. Why are you so sleepy? Why are you so sleepy? Let's export that. No, I'm not building it as well. I wish I was, because I feel like this would have been easier in a way for me to just tackle things. But I've worked with um, basically in the work that I'm doing now, instead of providing just a Figma file, um, I don't need to update the overlays. Just like it doesn't take the thing that Twitch is putting in place. That's about it. Um, uh, Instead of providing like a Figma file that is just something that the client can't really do anything with, like I'm providing a PDF with the branding and then SVGs and so on. It's not good. So what I've provided to them this time is this, which is a full branding section which has been coded, so that we have like loaders and themes if for some reason they wanted to have like multiple themes, um, the icons that we are using and so on. Like all of that is built in within the system, so that it kind of is working. These ones are fatter than the rest. Why are these one and these ones are two? That's interesting. So that's like pretty good. And then I have some fake rendering of the app, which is really bad because it's not doing anything. It's just to showcase mostly the navigation section, saying, oh yeah, the icon could look like this, and so on. And then having, because we did like a UI kit type of situation, we have the buttons, the input fields, all the actions that can happen in there are defined and designed in the same way, so that we have like something that we can play with, and the client gets like custom UI, custom thing that is just like token based, and they can just implement the thing. So much better, much faster than anything else, because we just have the code. So yeah, it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing. God damn. What the fuck is that? Sorry. Mm-hmm. Kane, I'm looking at it. It makes sense. It makes sense. No, I'm getting it. Don't worry about it. I understand. Um, so design-wise, you need to do a lot of work on that. That makes sense. But structure-wise, it's pretty good. Um, ah, you would need your own servers at some point. But yeah, I get that. Um, this is an interesting thing. The fact that you are saying like $12 a month here, and then underneath you have a free and a 39 as well. So I would say it makes sense. Like there is a bit of a surprise thing. Oh no, there is a version free. But there is also a thing of, oh, we can also have like an unlimited version of the thing. Um, so yeah. One of the thing that I could recommend you to do right now, only right now you only have 10x. So you go from 50 to 500k and from 500k to 5 million. And I feel like you should go from 50 to 1 million and from 1 million to 10 million. Like, even 1 to 10 is kind of weird, but yeah. Like basically the jump from free to paid needs to look like, oh damn, you get all of that. Let me just pay for it. Like that's the brain mentality that you want to have, or at least that you want your users to have. Um, so some sort of a no-brainer would be you have somehow 50,000 requests per month might be, you know, um, enough. I don't know, but then just 10x the thing might not necessarily be the greatest decision. Like you might just go from 50k to 200k because that makes sense for that environment. Or you can go from 50 to a million and then from a million to 10 million. Um, I don't know how much request cost on your end. And therefore, like you could also have like unlimited request for the agency price if you have something that is like more expensive than this. But anyways, structure wise, it's good. Content wise, it's fine. Visually wise, it's not as good as I would like. It's not. It's very much AI generated, which is not necessarily good. You're using eyebrows on every single sections, every single card almost. It's just never a good idea. Never a good idea. Um, but we get it. That thing is fine. I think structure wise is good. This is still always fucking with me. I don't know. It. I'm right. It's like offsetted by like a hair. It's crazy. Let me just 1.5 it so that I'm making sure. No, it's not. They are aligned. That's the thing. It's the color. It's the color. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How have you been? Um, yeah, you have not no eyebrows here, but then you have like one here, even though it doesn't have the tag, and then one there within, within. God. Ah, other than that, mm, mm, it's- that is the that's a good thing to have. That's a good thing to wait for, you know. Hmm. God, you have recorded a video about it. I need to do that as well. Um, are you using um? Oh my God, what's the name? There is a project that is meant to help you or help your agent save memory things, some sort of a like Wikipedia knowledge-based thingy, which has been it's not Memory Palace, that is a scam. Um, that thing right here that we talked about right there apparently is a bit of a scam. Um, but yeah, no, I don't think it's caveman. I think it's something memory. I think it has 3 words. Not that it matters, but you know. And Kane, I think you are limited in terms of what you can do within CodePen already, so I get that. Other than that, it's fine. I just think you need to polish a bit more things and make sure that the visuals that you have on the landing page are equal or like the same as the visual of the app, if that's an option for you, so that it makes sense. But other than that, it's fine. It's fine. I'm probably also like limiting it with the sizes and you know, could happen. So other than that, it's good. I like it. Um, yeah, you should. I mean, you should always publish your sub products. It makes sense. Um, my brain is telling me I have things for you, and specifically, what did I save? What did I save for you that I remember and was like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, no, that's an option, but that's not the thing that I had in my head. Not right now. Also, going back, side derail from myself to myself. Now that you've seen the fact that the logo that I'm working on is a lot of loops and that we're using basically the exact same hoops for one of the additional things, you can kind of see why when I saw these that I kept and others that I kept as well, um, I was kind of laughing because it looks similar to some of the thing that I have. But yeah, now you understand that. Um, I think I had for you is not there. You haven't seen this though. Um, um, let me read that, Kane. 1 second. There was a thing that was like, yeah, that needs to be in Hebrew, but I think we talked about this last time you were here. I have a faint memory that we talked about that sorting slash organizing algorithm type of thing. Uh, so it's probably above that, but yeah. Um, yeah, Kane, for me, it needs a lot of refinements to remove the AI vibe coded thing, but also it's fine. Um, but I do agree with the fact that the AI generated feel that we have from it might just be somehow linked to us being within AI generated content on a daily basis. And therefore, when we see something like this, we're like, "Hi, that's that's AI generated much." Yeah, yeah. So I I get it. I get it. I feel like this is such a weird pain. I have a pain in my chest again, but it's not heart related. Maybe it is, but it's like low. It's around here, which right now you can't see because it's behind my camera, but it's like it's lower. It's like lower ribs kind of thing, which is weird. Which is weird. I'm gonna die anyways. Don't worry about it. um, it's not that. That's not a thing that I would say. This is for Jan for sure. I guess this could work, but this is not good. This is not what I had in mind. Um, Hero UI has been dropping things, and their base system for their UI is really good, and it cost $230, kinda, um, which is fine. But yeah, $240 for the next 3 days, or 320 if you take both. But it's like, mm, mm. But it's good. That's the issue that I have with it. They've done a good work. They've done a good job. Why do we have pricing highlighted? That makes no sense. Um, but yeah, other than that, that's about it. This one was crazy. We were supposed to talk about it last week. I don't know how. I don't know if it's a phone. I don't know if it's a camera. I I I don't know. But the fact that the fly needed to be in focus based on the autofocus choice is such an interesting thing. And I mean, it's not like not in focus or in focus but not really, but it's just like right there. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, anyways, I kind of laughed at this because I thought it was my logo for 1 second. Like I thought it was me, but no, there was an F in the beginning. So I don't know. My brain read it differently. It did. It did. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's about it. But yeah, other than that, Okay, and I think the layout is okay. The page is fine. Um, I would probably change some stuff, but yeah, that guy has been in my DMs all day, every day for the past, not every day, but for the past few months. And basically, I don't know, he made this, which is uh, a sign language dictionary book for um, for Japanese to be like basically within an app, and for some reason, for some reason, uh, I'm there. And I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to say we are partnering together. I'm not going to complain about like a free download button. Um, but the reason for this and the reason why I'm here is because in Can we have the illustration of the characters writing. So I don't know if we have them on the landing page. I don't think we do. But basically, any of these uh, main characters' writing system that we have with the arrows and stuff, they just wanted these. And so they asked, so I sent them these illustration thing. And now I'm in the dictionary, in the books, in all versions of the books, and in the landing pages. It's free press. I did nothing. I did nothing. So it happens. Still didn't figure out what to change. Well, um, that's good news. Uh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. If you keep iterating on the landing page, you will never launch. So launch the thing and then polish the landing page later. Just make sure that you don't have some of the native AI tails that most designers would say like, oh yeah, that's AI generated. Um, but we don't really have uh new data on the percentage of the population that is currently using AI as a generative AI and other things for visuals. I don't have that data. I have data for other things, but not for that. And that means that maybe it's higher than what we expect, but it's still, I'm guessing, pretty low. The thing is, the target demographic that you have within your own project is, how can I say that? People that have tech understanding and that are probably at the tip of like AI and stuff. So that might be the reason why I would change the landing page. But then again, it's you know, it's a common could change whatever. Um, and yes, I do. And the thing that I was about to say right now is that's in fire. These things, like, they are not AI generated, but they look AI generated to me now, and that's really sad. But that's not what I was about to say. I was about to look at my likes before I kind of scrolled away. I don't know if I have it for today. It's something that I seen earlier today by someone that was saying this is the tale of like AI generated stuff. Um, and I probably didn't. I probably didn't like the thing. God they, God they, so sad. I did this yesterday for no reason. Also, this one made me laugh because it's a rabbit. It's using the M as well, and I'm using the M as well for the rabbit for Mima, which is a bit of a weird thing, but it's cute. I don't have it. God damn it. Basically, they were listing like four images of four of the things that are like uh, generated by AI most of the times, and the thing that is fun for me is that they are listing things that are just common design practices. As in, they said icon in square boxes with rounded corners, and I'm like, yeah, like every single icons in the past 12 years. Like we've had that type of things all the time. Like it's just like as if this was in a square instead of being in the long things. It's just yeah. Anyways. Anyways. So you said that's for the client, that's good. We have everything. I'm gonna move I mean I'm not gonna move. The social and the styles are gonna be pretty good. And that's pretty good. I feel like this is probably gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to build and update for them. So I'm gonna need to change that. And then I feel like I'm missing something. What? I don't know what it is. So we'll see. We'll see. Uh, Not really. Not really. That's gonna be that's gonna be bad. I'm supposed to get kicked off Slack today with that client, and I need to send them the updates. So we'll see. That will happen. That will happen later. That will happen later. Um, yeah, I can't find the thing in question. It's fine. It's okay. Everything is fine. Other than that, pretty good. I feel like the what makes it feel like it's AI generated is mostly the over usage of the same patterns that every other apps from 2020 have been using. So when you're looking at a website design landing page for like a SaaS landing page, for example, um, and let's say I'm gonna use um, most of them are gonna be okay. But this one, for example, is going to have that section with the 6 options currently on your end, you are using emojis, if I'm not mistaken. Um, so that alone is a bit of a tale of an AI generated thing, but nonetheless, it is like the layout is good. It's just the content definition and placement is not necessarily as good as it needs to be. So that might be the type of thing that you want to change. Maybe you want to have some of that, like different layouts, not common layout to help you like stand out and be less AI generated. Um, but yeah, most this looks very much AI generated to me, which might not be, but just for the layout alone, the fact that it looks exactly the same. Like this is the third landing page I'm clicking on that looks virtually identical to the first one, right? Like this one, like it's the exact same thing. It's just like a bit of a skin on top for the visuals here. But yeah, um, like that's the. I think if you start with, I don't know if I have it. I don't think I do. Um, do I have that? Yeah. So this, which I showcased last time, feels AI generated in some portion of the page for some reason, meaning that this header feels AI generated because of the font and that highbrow thing that we have with the long elongated link in the front. But other than that, this doesn't necessarily feel like an AI generated things except the font. So if I change the font, it might just feel like something that is regularly made. These long dashes, Marcy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? These long dashes in the front of things are fine, which is interesting that your cursor dropped in right there. Um, are fine on their own, but it's just like when they are overused, it feels like it's AI generated. The type of text that you have as well in there is an interesting thing. But overall, when you're looking at these, most of it is fine, and it to me, it's mostly the typography that needs to change because the rest is kind of okay. Most of the buttons are properly layouted. Most of the content is properly layouted, and because we're using this thing as a preview and presentation of the design that has been made, then there is a choice in colors. There is a choice in other things that is making it more interesting. And same thing here. Like even though this seems and look very much AI generated on its own, it still has a bit of the presentation thing that is fine. Like for example, these three dot type, I might remove that and just have like dot type instead of dash type so that it feels like more interesting and not AI generated, but that's just like a common thing. But other than that, because it's a UI based thing, it doesn't feel like it is as AI generated as it could. So, you know, also it's a bit of a case study, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, no, I get it. So other than that, other than potentially changing some of the like um font colors, placements, alignments, um yeah. Yeah, it is a so I'm gonna stay on there for 1 second just so that you can all enjoy magnificent dance. um, and yeah, if not, it looks like a Framer template. I agree. Again, I'm gonna use myself as an example. I think until the phone comes in, um, it looks like a Framer template mainly because of the loading animation. And then it still looks like a Framer template, but it has like a bit of a different thing. And then when you're scrolling through, because we have these angles, it feels off and not templated based. And because the background colors shift from blue to black, it's a bit different. But other than that, it is a Framer template. So I get it. I get it. Um, but yeah, no one landed today. Is it rigged? Is it a rigged day? Maybe it's a rigged day. I don't know. Um, maybe it's not a rigged day. Or maybe it is. Oh no. Oh cool. It is not. It is not a rigged day. Cool. I'm good. I'm good. We're safe. We are safe. But yeah, no, other than that, I think overall everything is pretty fine. Everything works. You have the right content, the right layout, the right sections in everything, and that makes sense. Other than that, you good. There was a half story that I didn't talk about, kinda half did. Um, Chris sent me or tagged me into a tweet that was about a conference in Paris where they needed speakers and they needed some people that were designers and devs and using AI and so on. And I contacted them. They said basically yes. And then I've never heard from them again. And I think the event is like tomorrow or something. So I don't I don't hope that they send me anything. So I have a speech for a conference that I might turn into a YouTube video at some point. I don't know. I might. I doubt it. I doubt it. But we never know. We never know. It could happen. It could happen. Um, so there is a very big difference. See, we're using purple here as well. There is a very big difference in between using um, interesting, using purple, which is like mostly your purple, as in your original logo purple, if I remember correctly, and then AI purple, which is like right about here, which is more of an indigo color type of thing. And what actually is purple. So most people are going to go there. You have something that is a bit less blue, if I remember correctly. And the thing is, the AI is most of the time Not saying every time, but like most of the time, going to be somewhere around there and get uh, somewhere around here. So brighter than this, to be honest. But yeah, and for you, if you wanted to have the thing to still be purple, but not necessarily be like an AI purple, you know? Um, no, fuck off. Uh, sorry, said that to my phone. Um, you might want to get into Kulos and then look for purple stuff in the Explorer palettes and potentially look for some violets and then have some experimentation in there. Like, again, AI is going to be around here. You might want to get into a full purple thing. You might want to get into more sandy pastel-y colors for the purples. And like the dreamy pastel is pretty cool with the for what it is, what it represents. Um, you know, but it's yeah. So maybe this is like too generic, not worked on enough to stand out, and that's like almost a tailwind purple, like a I don't know if it's in there. I don't remember. Like you basically have the violet thing that is right there, right? So because that's the default, and that looks kind of similar. It's a bit more red than this one, but it's kind of similar, right? Maybe what you need is a more worked on, like pastel lavender is an option. Something that is like maybe a twilight, which is in the middle that has a lot more blue to them. Maybe something that is darker, something that is brighter. Whatever. But more. I like this, obviously. But this would stand out as a non-AI generated because it is like pastel. Again. This is kind of the direction that we went on with our colors right there. So, you know, I get it. I understand. But maybe that's all that you need to do. For a lot of people, blue is going to be the AI generated. For a lot of people, purple is going to be the AI generated. If you go with something else, like a green or an orange, like a brighter orange than what they have, then that's pretty good. Or you want to go with a bright ass pink. I doubt it. I doubt it. But yeah. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's time to change color. I don't think this would work. I don't think that would work. Where? Why? Pain. I wish I had the skills. I don't. So don't worry about it. But I wish I had the skills to do the changes by hand myself in here, just so that I could change the font and potentially change the color to, have something that looks interesting, looks different, whatever. Holy fuck. Mm. um, you should you should switch these two letters so that would spell motherfuckers. Just, just on the landing page. No one would know. No one would know. But people would be like, ah. Again, going back to this because I need to explain. The reason why dyslexia is good at some times is that I can read things as motherfuckers. That's the first thing that I read because my brain just switched the letters automatically. Um, but yeah, I see. I see. Well, then you can't do that. That's sad. That's sad. But yeah, the dyslexia helped a lot here. Um, I think it's just the layout of the content. um, in the sense that because it's using emojis, because it's using eyebrows, because it's using a very basic placement and not like a polished, illustrated content, it feels AI generated because obviously it is. But yeah, um, like as always, you can break things by simply having uh, a teeny tad of an angle to things. You can have the float that you have at the top, like right here, like these floats, for example, that are just like moving around. You could have the same thing around here. You could have some teeny tiny micro interactions here and there. You could reorganize these things so that you ensure that like this one stop around there, and then this one is a bit of a longer thing is right here. I don't know. So that's no, I am able to edit the code pen. I just don't have the skills. Okay, that's the thing. If I'm here, I don't know exactly what I need to change in order to get like the font to load properly, in order to change the proper thing in the code and so on. So that's the reason. That is the reason. And I can't send you the links. Don't travel. Also, welcome back. Mainly because Kane sent it to me in a whisper, not not in public chat. So yeah, It is supposed to load like instrument serif and it's supposed to load the other things, but I think the reason for this not loading is that um yeah, that thing. I don't know if family is supposed to be in there like so. I don't think that's the case. Um because I don't know that specific. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I know it's in the CSS, but I don't know where the fuck it is in the CSS. So, like that's the this is such a mess. The CodePen is such a mess to work in for me that I'm like, I would rather not. I would rather not. I would rather have access to like an editor and just play with it than anything else. But yeah, that's an image. Yeah, but am I, you know, wanting to do so? Nah. That's pretty good. That's a long ass presentation, and then you also have the next artifact thing, so that's good. We like it. We like it. Makes sense. Um, Damn. Yeah. I mean, again, based on what we said last time, I still think that this should expand down instead of sending me to a new page. Mainly because you're just adding like two new links, two lines, so it doesn't make any sense to have like anything else. Like a dedicated page for this, waste of space. If you had like 50 of them, yeah, probably. But at five, six, technically, just just expand the section. Um, yeah, but why not just while it's still under 12, use use something else. Like you can 100% have an if and say if amount is less than 15, change that. Other than that, it's fine. Other than that, it's fine. This is crazy. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. I don't know, but at least you have this. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Um, I would change stuff. So If you remember, I forgot whose portfolio we took a look at for this, but it's similar. Uh, at the bottom, when you have the arrows for next and previous, I would have the picture of the book while I'm hovering the button, or best of all, just a full banner thing that send me to the right section. But I get it. I get it. That, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I love to be pedantic about this. The manga is the only that don't need the the edge shadow thing, unless you have Berserk. Um, the volumes themselves and mangas in general don't have a spine, so you you sometimes have like the very specific volumes that are like highly illustrated and other like things, but most of the time you're gonna end up with these ones that don't have a spine. So the mangas are the only one where I'm like, I get it. This could be the one that you don't have a spine on. Um, and for you to get the effects that you're trying to get, you could just I'm gonna use that because that's gonna work. You could just do that. So in your regular book, um, you have this basically, right? So you get blank at 0, followed by blank at 100%, followed by blank at 0. And then you make sure that this is at 50%, so it's in the center, and you make sure that this thing is like as an overlay or a multiply or whatever, and some opacity values that is just like whatever, right? That's your spine that is used in most of the books, kinda. If you put that on the mangas right here, you end up with something that is not exactly true to the manga themselves, because that's not exactly what you want to have. What I would say is you just switch this to, that's interesting. You just switch this um, to that, because that's basically what it is. The mangas are going to be half the width, and it's just the edge that it is falling through. But I do understand that this is not like going to be visible specifically with the mangas that you have right here. Like they all have pretty dark uh, covers. So I get it. I get it. It would not necessarily work. But, you know.
Manbreveg just resubscribed for 26 months.
And Brave, welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. At 26 months, that's a long time. Goddamn. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Welcome back in the emotes. That's what you get. That's what you get. You get the emotes. That's about it. And no ads. Well, you know, turbo and shit. Um, so yeah, no, other than that, I don't know. It's working. That's what I would say. It does the job. I do agree that this is, as you said earlier, it is something that most people will not take a look at. You will probably post about it on socials. Um, and yeah, I did this. It's basically just switching the spine from a smooth to the center to just the edge so that you end up with just a fall off because that's what the manga look like. Um, I need to update some of my dependencies to be like more secure and so on, but yeah. Um, mm, that's interesting. That's a weird system. I don't know exactly how that works. I'm not really aware of that, but eh, if it works, if at least you are not getting forwarded out, then that's good. That is good. It's kind of the same thing that if, for example, if I was in the US or if I had the US brain of suing anyone that is doing something that is not supposed to be doing, I would sue the fuck out of Slack because for the past 12 years, let's say 11, uh, Slack has been telling me that my server account thing um, is going to be deleted and the content of it is going to be deleted every single year. And this year, they sent me an email again. And so, as a European, I can sue them as GDPR and so on for data protection and so on. They're not supposed to keep it for so long because I've been like off of Slack for more than 3 years now. But they still have the servers that has been closed in 2016, 2015. So every time they say you're about to lose your information, uh, and they are telling me like different servers that I have access to, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. It's closed since like 10 years ago. So you're not supposed to remind me of it. So yeah, it's good that they reversed it. Though. Gonna agree with that. I'm gonna agree with that. But yeah, other than that, agrees. I feel like that's an okay thing. Um, that works. I'm gonna keep that. Um, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, in the US, you can just get to court and do things, and it feels like it's kind of free. It's not, but it feels like it's kind of free. And you are suing because basically the fact of suing some things is going to be goddamn props.
Props underscore TV rated my stream with 36 viewers.
I was about to close the stream. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. I am so burned out and I have a heart condition that is giving me spikes for the past 2 hours. So that's why I was about to end stream in about 20 minutes. But yeah, if you have design question, feel free to ask in the next 20 minutes. Welcome on it. How was the stream? We have seen some things in the past few days. In here. We have someone in the community that is in need of a new chat overlay type of thing, and we looked at someone else, and then I said, you know what, you could use props. This one is pretty good. It's pretty close to what you wanted to have, and they were like, oh yeah, maybe. Agreeable. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How is the stream on the other end? But yeah, no, this one might work. Hex, welcome back. How are you? No. No, it means that things are going to be more expensive than expected, but it's still free. It's still free. But bad free. I have basically up to here, from this message to this message, it used 19.66 bucks out of my 20s. And then I added these, which is a total of 27 messages. And guess what? I just noticed that I'm not on the right screen. You're right. So from here, 2.5 to here, 21 message, 20 message exactly, to be honest. I was at 19 euros and 66 cents, and then I added some clothes stuff, which were more expensive. And these 27 message cost me 27.33. So the reason why I said that it was like money is going out is because it's basically $1 per message. I can't work 2 days. It was just on the 19th, which is my renewal date. Like, it's the 7 message from today were additional stuff, but the good thing is that for May, I have 0 to pay. And on May last time, I was at 45 something. So everything is free. Still. So I'm going to do my best to not go as far as like 100 to 500 bucks. But for now, everything is free. And I think I know why, but you know, I might have a bit of a tinfoil hat theory on this one. But I'm probably not gonna disclose it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean specifically right now, I don't know if you were here when I explained in the first place, but I joined Cursor, as in I subscribed to Cursor in the first place when they were at 500 fast requests per subscription for $20 a month, and I bought two of them, so $40 a month for 1,000 fast requests. And then they moved me out of this, saying that this is deprecated. You should go into the business plan because that is more aligned with your things. And I was like, yeah, cool, let's do that. It's $37 a month instead of 40. So I'm getting $3. I'm fine with that. I did it, and I realized when I did it that it was $37 a month for 500 fast requests instead of 1,000 that I had. So I I paid more for less, or I paid less for less, but less by $3, so like basically more for less. So that pissed me off. But because I was on that plan and I was on a team plan, I decided to say, well, fuck it, let me just take it for a year because that way I would have like a bit of a discount. And because I was on a year of this, every time that I reached my 500 fast request limit, everything past that point on any model that wasn't the latest model of the lab was free. So I ended up with everything from every, like Claude 4.5, for example, that was basically free. Kind of slower, but basically free. And then I switched, like they, at the end of my billing cycles, they said, well, this thing with the 500 fast requests doesn't exist anymore, so we will push you into the build per usage cycle. And I didn't have a choice, so I said maybe I should cancel my subscription. I did not. And then on the first month, I saw that I burned through $20 in about 2 days. And I still worked, and I was at 40, 45, $46 here, but it says included. So for the past months, I kind of held on working, and waited yesterday to see if I would have to pay 45, like the $25 that were like past my $20 included. And that was not the case. So now anything past this point is free, and I can just burn through things for some reason. I don't know why, but I can. So I'm not going to complain much. But you know, it's nice. And my theory for this is that I have never enabled the on-demand usage in any format. Not here, not there, not in the spending. Nowhere. Nowhere have I clicked this, and every time that it was prompted to me within Cursor to just like add some money to my account, I said no. And I believe that this is something that is in place for every single team plans, that if they had never enabled usage based, they would not be paying more. But because at some point they had like reached the limit, and then people were like, well, we need to get access to more, then they enabled it, and now they are all paid, and they can't go back, because if they go back, that is, it's going to be cut. So for now, it's safe. Anyways. So yeah, props. This is something that I think someone in the community is probably going to use at some point because it makes a lot of sense. There is a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to the layout design thing, when we tried to figure it out. Like, for example, right now we wanted to have something where the regular bubble of the message was a fully rounded pill, but not for the other one. So if like it's a fully rounded, but it's the one liner, but it's not a fully rounded, but it's the two liner and more. But changing that doesn't seem to be working entirely how we wanted it to be because the things are not exactly where we want them to be for some reason. Like we don't have corner radius there, corner radius here. We do have some things around there, but it's not exactly what needs to happen. Like it's this one could work, but it's just like not exactly as good. So it was a bit of a confusing system. Um, but you know, it worked. It's working. It's fine. It's fine. There's just like a need for a lot more tinkering in there. But congrats on being in there and being about to market it, post it everywhere. I get that. I don't think I've seen mine in there either, as far as I remember. Yeah, I haven't. I'm seeing the Windows 7 things. You might want my design skill for that. As in, my AI skills for this. It makes sense. It could make sense. We looked at them. Um, we looked at them last time. Just create some nice and up to date design styling. Isn't she cute? It's the or this one, but this one is a bit crazy. But it works. It works. It's neat. We like it. We like it. Anyways. So yeah, that's the reason like on the title today. Um yeah, so lucky I was about to press that button like basically a minute when you joined in. That's crazy. Congrats on landing at 11. That's pretty impressive. You never done better than this. Nonetheless, I do need to go lay down and do things and be oh, you know what I saw about a day ago, Gasface? About that baguette thing? I love that t-shirt. I may buy the t-shirt. I may buy the t-shirt just because it's good. You have the multicolored baguette right there, and then you have a specific word on top. I wish I could find it. Just 1 second. Um, it's not the t-shirt that I have seen, but it will do. It will do. This will have to do. I like it. I like it a lot. I might just get it. I might I might just get it. If we add a glass of wine and a beret as a very French things, I feel like that's an amazing T-shirt. Like it works. It's a great option. Um, and also props, yes, you're right, by making it like more user-friendly for other people that are not necessarily like tech-oriented and don't necessarily know the things. But I think that's the one that I saw, but it was like the text was above instead of underneath. This is such a anyways, I love it. It's mostly a placement issue, and again, I think your first ID, which you abandoned, kinda, would be more user friendly in a way of having like the chat bubble and the ability for the user to click on specific elements and then say, oh, that's the corner radius. Let me just shrink it. Let me just change things. It might be our Figma brain that just like say, oh yeah, this makes a lot more sense than other stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. But it might be. It might be. Um, damn, that's crazy. Sigh. The person that is on the front page today is someone that I don't think had any following about a day ago. So I think, yeah. Um. Anyways, she's not in the top. No, she's one of the creators on TikTok right now that is doing some um what's the name for these things? Cyberdecks. So she's building things that are like micro PCs and so on in different forms. So yeah. Yeah. She's done, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, right there. A ton of Cyberdex things and other activities and so on, but uh, I I have issues. Obviously, you know that, but I have issues with that type of content because most of these things are just like you are taking the things and the tech that I grew up on and you're just changing the case and you're calling it a cyber deck. All right, fine, all good. But yeah, the fact that like all of these things that we were using and having, um, it's just like, all right, fine, whatever. Like she's been doing this thing, which is a bit of an MP3 player that is rounded with a different shell. This is interesting as a concept because, you know, she's like trying to build something that is a bit more organic as a whole. But then the construction and all of that doesn't really makes a lot of sense. But it is interesting, and obviously, uh, this is such an easy thing in a way. Like if you are a girl and you're into tech and electronics, you will have potentially a bit more success. And it's kind of sad, but it's kind of the truth. But it's good. I don't say that as a negative thing. I think it's good to have other people be interested in electronics so that people are going into product design as in physical product design. Um, but I just see the outputs and I'm like, you bought an iPod Touch, you removed the touch part, and you made it not an iPod anymore. All right. Anyways, right there. So that's the to me that's kind of the thing that is happening. It's just like it's kind of weird, but it's fine. It happens. It's okay. It's okay. We haven't been to Hillfort in a while. I hope the stream on his end is gonna be good enough. I'm gonna send you there because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, Hillfort is building a game still. And the game is looking pretty cool. So if you're into like pixel art slash zombie slash survival that's a good thing. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's hope that the stream is retaining its vivacity, vitality, whatever. Uh, but yeah, nonetheless, thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot for the raid again. Props, I appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord so that it's good on the Discord. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use perfume. If you have a big ass link collection, use ban. And if you're learning Japanese, use can. That's the entirety
Hungry
of the
Hungry
links of
Hippo is now
everything. Hungry
following.
Hippo, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. On that note, I'm gonna see if I don't die. If I don't die, I'm gonna be back on Friday. If I'm dead, you'll never know. So we'll see. Maybe come back on Friday and we'll see if I'll be here. We never know. We never know. We never know. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Enjoy the game building with the Hellforts. And I'll see you all on Friday. Maybe. Potentially. Probably. We never know. Bye.